Started already, Ted. Right, get on then. Well, very good morning, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Coningsby, aka Ted's home. A massive shout out to all the crew here. Wonderful job. Our Royal Air Force Station Coningsby, one of 2 QRA stations here in the UK. All gear. Welcome to the show. How are we all feeling? How are we all doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome. And hope we're all very well and good and feeling the vibes. It's still buzzing from last week, and I have to confess that the Shuttleworth and the Festival of Flight, and for those that have attended and went, let me just get rid of that. Sorry about that. I don't really have that on. Normally turn that off, no need while I'm here. I can see clearly what's going on. I have to admit, it is it's right up there with one of the best air shows ever. It really is. It's just non-stop, an absolute delight of tasty warbirds, and of course thrown in a Typhoon FGR4. It is just without doubt one of the best and one of my favourite air shows to attend. And you never know, watch this space, you never know, the Ted Coningsby channel. I may have to contact the media team and see if I can get something sorted out for maybe potential giving you a live feed. Of course, we do things properly, try to go through the right channels and paths, but I'll see. But second best thing that I could do is film it and premiere it the next day. And you'll have to agree, that was just tiny highlights. And it went on as well right up until 2100, I think it did. And it's just a phenomenal show. And of course, our much loved Cleethorpes Armed Forces Day. Absolutely love the vibe. Love you all of you who came along as well. And you know, feeling the vibes. It had such a good vibe. And of course, all our viewers, you know, in the chat room, just making it an absolute happy vibe as well. It's been a very good week last week. And well, to finish the month off in style, we're here at TED HQ to finish off the month off, and I hope you will enjoy the show today. It's a little bit cooler today, which I'm actually happy about, but we'll see how we get on with the heat. We'll see, because it is supposed to, it's a bit overcast with a little breeze, a nice gentle breeze. It is supposed to clear up with open blue skies, and should start punching out some sun rays. We'll see how long we can do that for. All right, because you know, it's got one of those where, in fact, actually I've got to go and get more water. Just be right back. I've got some water with electrolytes in there as well. It's really good, really important to stay hydrated. Electrolytes are actually happy things in the water that are good for you, keeping you fit and healthy. Sure. But anyway, back to Coningsby. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 canopies open at the moment, which I can tell you that some of them have pilots, and the APUs are running, so it won't be long for a startup. So my name's Nikos, I'll be your commentator and your cameraman today. And of course, unless flying, we obviously not today, but we do have our squadron leader Ted Coningsby on the controls with us. And Ted and I have certainly been on some adventures already this year. So we're rolling into July tomorrow, Ted. I know, half the year gone already, and still got plenty to come this year. Got some adventures to go through this year. We've still got MacLoop to attempt again after the oh, the luck of that NOTAM was quite fun, but no, well, not fun, but fun if you know what I mean. It was unexpected, but we'll try again. Don't you worry. We've still got a Lossiemouth trip to do. We've got that to do as well. We've got Eastbourne, we've got East Kirkby Air Show to do. There's possible York Night, possible Cobra Warrior Part 2 for 2026. There's our Lake District adventures from Lossiemouth. There's still plenty to go to yet. Not quite finished yet. We'll be at the BBMF Members Day. We're not live, but we'll be there. We'll be there for that as well, so looking forward to that. There's quite a few airframes, canopies open now, so watch this space. This is the Typhoon of RAF Coningsby, the combat version, the FGR4. Started life as an F2, F for fighter, when it first came out on the Tranche 1 airframes, the very original first block airframes, till new weapons were introduced, which had a further BVR, guided missiles, to turn it into an FGR, fighter ground attack and reconnaissance. We'll switch roles later on, introduction of the Tranche 2 onwards, but it did start life as just a plain good old fighter for the skies. It has now been involved in many missions, especially the Op Shader. Coningsby, 4th of November 1940 when it opened. First residence 23rd of Feb 1941 with 106 Squadron. A month later, joining them was 97 Squadron. So we're gonna catch some startups. Pilot's already in. Got quite a few foons on the main ASP. You can see that. Quite a few ready to go. Some have pilots in now, who would have done an external check on the airframe. Welcome to the show, Aspen. How you doing? Oi to you, Captain A, Davey. Little GPX, Len Pantling, Batter Purple, Hunter's Moon, Davey. It's about a handful of training Typhoons. The Mark T3, the two-seater family version, about 5 roundabouts. But this is a QRA station. For those that don't know, Coningsby, along with Lossiemouth in Scotland, they are our QRA stations for the UK skies. This is number 2, QRA station south, number 2. Coningsby. We've also got QRA station number 1 north in Lossiemouth. There is actually a third, and that's all the way in the British Islands of the Falklands at Mount Pleasant. Looking after the skies there is 1435 flight with the 4 Typhoons named faith, charity, hope, and desperation. A very historical flight. A similar role. It was back in the flight of Malta. Can't remember the number now, but they were looking after, again, with Gloucester Gladiators, I believe it was. And I think Hurricanes as well with 1435 flight. So very good morning to everyone. How you all doing? Hope you're all feeling well. Coningsby is also home to the schooling, shall we call it? The training for the Typhoon. It is a training station for the Typhoon. So pilots who are streamed to FastJet, and if they're streamed to the Typhoon platform, they will come here to train. First 8 weeks will involve a ground school, learning all about the Typhoon. So they won't fly the Typhoon until after completing their ground course, which was put together by BA Systems. So in about 3 to 4 months, they should be all qualified to fly. So the point of that is to make them fully competent. There's a lot of checks. It's not like your Hawk T2. If it's the F-35 platform that they're streamed to, they'll go to number 207 Squadron at RAF Marham. Here it's 29 Squadron that has that role, the Operational Conversion Unit. There are Operational Conversion Units, abbreviated OCU, to train the latest and greatest pilots and their crew for each particular platform. 24 Squadron, for example, they're an OCU at Bryce Norton. They're the OCU for the heavy, such as the A400 and the C-17. Torpedo Bomber Squadron in its traditional, which is the OCU for the wedge tail and the P8 Poseidon. Big shout out to the AWCU looking after the grounds and the space for any wildlife. So at Coningsby, to give you the rundown, we've got 5 Typhoon Squadrons. So we've discussed number 29, they're the Operational Conversion Unit, so the training. We've also got 2 frontline combat ready squadrons, number 3 Fighter and number 11 Fighter Squadrons. They have a lot of history, just like all the other squadrons. We've also got a Test and Evaluation Squadron, number XL1 or 41 Squadron. Some squadrons do carry the traditional method of writing their squadron numbers in the form of Roman numerals. It doesn't signify anything other than being traditional, as far as I know. We've also got a joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron, number 12. So, 5 here. RAF Lossiemouth has 4 Typhoon Squadrons, number 1 Fighter, number 2 AC, number 6, and number 9 Squadron. And our final Typhoon unit is 1435 flight. We've got a brief mention. They operate out of RAF Mount Pleasant in the Falklands. So once a pilot is fully qualified on the Typhoon, they have many units to go to, frontline style. Some are fortunate enough to be that good. They'll be streamed to becoming a what's called a creamy. I don't know if they still use that today, but that means to carry out a instructor training course, so they'll then become a qualified flying instructor. Pretty much exactly what Tom Nation, which is the 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot, so he went to his front line, which was the flying can openers, number 6, and ended up back at 29, but this time training the new pilots, so it can sort of carry out a full circle. I mean, what a privilege it is to be taught by a Typhoon display pilot. So let's start the show off by getting all of you to do your checks. Don't forget to hit that like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Give us some support. Do hit the like button. Come and support us. Thanks a lot, Gary. Bit of chucking for Reggie. Thanks a lot, Gary, for the super. Alex Raven, Captain A, Joshua Brown, Davey, Peter Bear, Len Pantling, Mix Vids, Oii to you, Banner Purple. Welcome to the show, everyone. Hope you're all good. Can I just say a massive shout out to all personnel at Coningsby, and thank you to the you know who you are that came to see me this morning. Thank you very much, very kind of you. Thank you. We are much loved. We do things correct. We do things right. We are a little bit different. I get it, but whatever it is I'm doing with Ted, it seems to be the right thing. So I hope you all enjoy the show. Synchrotones. So yeah, give us some let's start the stream just like the pilots would do their checks. Don't forget to do yours by giving us a thumbs up. It does help the stream get out there. We're looking forward to today. There seems to be plenty of foons getting ready by the look of it. Tell you what, I've got a new aircraft to show you today. Something that 41 Squadron who are here, 41 Squadron Echo Bravo were their markings during the Second World War, and I've got one of their aircraft here, but in the form of the Royal Navy version, which I'll explain in a moment. But it's the only one I could get, with the exception of course of the arrestor hook, especially for the carriers, but I'll show you that in a moment. I won't spoil it. Okay, startup time, here we go. Steady bears, hope we're all good and well. Startup time is going on. We're going to start to hear some of the EJ200 engines fire up. That whistly sound as they start up. each EJ200 engine, which the Typhoon has 2. Produces 13,500 pounds of thrust dry and 20,200 pounds of thrust with reheat. Reheat, interchangeable with afterburner depending where you're from, but it means the same thing. To reheat something, to burn something after. It's the same principle. Same thing, different name. Just like RAG and arrestor cable and back systems, they're all different. RAG is the Royal Air Force term for the rotary hydraulic arrestor gear, which is the cable basically, but it's called a RAG, R-H-A-G. Back, if you ever hear that, it's a barrier arresting kit, which is again cable. Marked just like any other aerodrome with the black square with the yellow circle to indicate and show you exactly where it is, where it's situated. And of course, if you are coming to the car park, don't forget to support Steve's Burger Van, who's here. Get yourself some breakfast, brunch and lunch from Steve's Burger Van. Typhoon's airframe is only 15% metal, that is it. I mean, we're talking about leading edge slats that are made with titanium, the 4 planes titanium, and that's it pretty much. The rest of it, about 85%, are all composites. You're looking at around 24,000 pounds, just over, empty. That is the empty weight of the Typhoon. And with a thrust of 40,400, yes, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but if you were to top it up, the max weight would still be way below its power, its thrust, way below, which means you've got more thrust than what you weigh, which, when you put it like that, which is why the thrust to weight ratio of a Typhoon, 1.2 to 1, which plays a major part in its maneuverability, where it can go from slow to fast, slow to fast. But the problem is here, for any offensive aircraft, the Typhoon can accelerate vertically. So very similar to the English Electric Lightning. Whistling EJ200 engine startup at twin spool. Typhoon has got a lot of defense as well. The Praetorian defensive aid subsystem consisted of LAWS, the missile approach warning systems, a protective bubble around the Typhoon, not one you can see. Got a lot of protection on that Typhoon. Now, it's not a 4th generation, it's not a 5th, it's right in the middle, it's a 4.5, it does exist. Now, although not a stealth aircraft, it does have a radar absorbing material, and it does have some stealth attributes. But it's not a pure stealth fighter, but it does have a way of sneaking up or getting the job done until it's too late for the enemy. So there's a lot of a cooler temperature today. We've mentioned our 5 Typhoon squadrons. Don't forget 29's tools as well. The tools, munitions conversion unit, weapons conversion unit, air traffic control, even down to the generation of the future, number 17 Squadron Air Cadets that are here as well. MPGS as well, MGPS, sorry. Guard room, all the crew, RAF police. Big shout to all the all personnel, of course the crash teams, defence, incident teams, the fire and rescue teams, medics, ground crew, the lineys, armourers, fairies, yep, that's correct. technicians, mechanics, survival teams as well. Survival teams play a major part as well in the Typhoon display team. From the drag brake chute to the Martin Baker ejection seat systems. Welcome to the show. So we're in England's second largest county, where once it boasted 46 military airfields during the Second World War. Now the Typhoon's engines has been made in what's called an on condition. 1200 flying hours those engines can do without any form of maintenance. That's a lot of flying. A lot of maintenance. Massive credit to the ground crew. Even the four planes, they need to be reconfigured and calibrated. RAF Coningsby's first ever jet aircraft was in 1953. It was the English electric Canberra. It was the very first jet aircraft to operate here. RAF Coningsby saw the end of bomber operations in 1968-69. The number 6 squadron, the flying can openers, arrived with the Spey engine version of the McDonnell Douglas Phantom F4 K. I think it was K's. I'm not 100% sure on the designation, but they were Spey engine, not like the J79 engines. So they had a very different fuselage, especially the spine or the top part of the fuselage was a bit different to accommodate the Spey engines. The Rolls-Royce Classic. But that kind of changed direction and operations for Coningsby. We even saw the likes of the Avro Vulcan, the B2, between 62 and 64. So Coningsby started life as a bomber command station, and it played that bomber role right up until 1968-69. So it didn't have any Spitfires or any Hurricane, any fighters of such. It was from 1969 that this all changed. After the Phantoms, the main aircraft here was indeed the Tornado, the F3 with 29 Squadron, the first one of its kind here to operate. were indeed Harriers and Jaguars here with 41 Squadron who operated them. So there's our 41 Squadron Typhoons about here. There they are, 4 of them. Seek and destroy. They're the test and evaluation squadron for the Typhoon. And like I said, as promised, I've got quite a special aircraft to show you in a moment at some point today. If I get a chance, because it looks like it's going to be a busy one here today, I think. So that's our FGR4. We've also got a T3 coming now, the family version Typhoon. It should be appearing on the screens. It is dual controlled and it is a trainer, which will appear on our screens in about 3 seconds or less. There we go. So runway 25 in use. Looks like we've got another coupe version. Looks like we've got the FGR4. Looks like a tranche 2. The latest model that we have here, the newest shall we say, is a tranche 3 that we have here at Coningsby. Should be quite a nice little set that we're going to get of departures, I think. Now, when we think of de Havilland, we do think of the Mosquito and its wooden construction. If you want to be even more historical, you can even go back as far as the DH-88 in the forms of the wooden construction. But something that I've got here, something that was fairly new to me that I came across, another wooden masterpiece. It did come out a bit too late, but it did perform in an operational frontline role with both the Royal Air Force and the Royal Navy. And it was 41 Squadron that operated, one of the few squadrons that did operate this very aircraft that I'm going to show you in a moment. here we go. Our first departure coming up. Alright. Morning, all right? Yeah, you okay? Okay, plenty more spooling, so we should get more departures as well. And there are already 2 more that have just taxied down to runway 25. So I think you're all enjoying a nice cup of tea with your Typhoon. And if it ain't tea, whatever it is that you're drinking, enjoy the show. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Coningsby. Hope we're all well. We're at our usual spot, the official spotters car park. Plenty of parking currently, anyway, that is, but there are plenty of spaces to view aircraft safely, and that is the key. If you find it full, please don't attempt to park outside the car park, literally outside it. Do find suitable legal places to park, such as the car park in the town of Coningsby. There are a few lay-bys, especially on the other side of the runway. There are a few lay-bys that you can park up safely. There are, of course, restrictions around the station with double yellow lines, no stopping signs, that kind of thing. Please don't block any crash gates as well. There are a number of crash gates, and don't position yourself at the red and white fence, which is over to my right at runway 07. And be mindful of where you're walking as well, and please don't climb the fence, touch the fence, or rest your ladders on the fence. still plenty of Foons spooling. I don't know how many we're going to get, but probably still hear them running. See you later, take care. So RAF Coningsby is also home to 2 display teams, the RAF Typhoon display team and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Coningsby does have a wonderful historical inventory with the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. We have 1 Lancaster, a C-47 Dakota, a handful of Spitfires, 2 Hawker Hurricanes. And in the flight, although not actually participating in formations, they do have 2 de Havilland Chipmunks, which are used for training. Also used for recce purposes, to carry out a recce for new venues, for displays. And also it could be used for a courier to deliver parts as well, should they need some parts, tools for the aircraft. These are the markings of 29 Squadron. Now this particular one, registration ZJ950. Now I've often said that ZJs are, especially ZJ9s, what we've got left, but ZJs were the original serial numbers for the first ever Tranche 1s. But that 950 managed to be right on the cusp where that changed. And it's in a form rare to have a ZJ9 in a form of a Tranche 2. It managed to just make the cut-off. So kind of ruined the pattern a little bit. So it's a bit of a rare Pokemon, that one. So 3 there and 1 more to taxi out. Yes, so we've got 5 more. What looks like to finish up wave 1 by the look of it. And anything else after that will be a bit of a bonus. It's like a nice little carousel of Typhoons. Typhoon first flight, March 1994 in Germany. DA1. DA1 to 7, each country having their very own prototypes. That was the German version, the very first prototype, DA1. The name Typhoon didn't come about till September of 1998 at the Farnborough Air Show. And it was decided to keep the theme of the wind phenomenon, such as tornado, so they kept the theme. Chose Typhoon. It is of course designated different in different air forces. There are a couple of differences that you may have spot. that you may have spotted, such as the Austrian and the German Air Force Typhoon, they have omitted the pirate IRST on the port side. In Italy it's called the F2000A Typhoon. In Spain the C16. The two-seater is a CE16. Germany it's the Eurofighter EF2000. The Royal Air Force it's the Typhoon FGR4 in its combat form. Right, 5 Typhoons. I'm not sure if it's a flight of 5. It could be a flight of 4 and a singleton, but we'll find out in a moment. Or 3 and a 2. Unless I've lost. Oh yeah, here we go. It's there. It's just there. Oh, looks like we got more as well to come. So there's 2 more after this one, at least, anyway. Another Typhoon taxiing out, so another 4 now. This one's a tranche 3. Tell by the applications that were not really added, which was the conformal fuel tanks to a Typhoon. Another one. So these 2 and another 2 to go. speed at Mach 2.0. Typhoon can reach supersonic speeds from brakes release 30 seconds. That's right, 30 seconds from brakes release. Oh yeah. So we've still got 2 more to go as well. This is good. They are multiplying, absolutely. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to Ted's home as well, where it all began. And of course, this is our 4th year. We're celebrating 4 years of bringing you live military aviation on the channel. That is just, it wasn't easy, but I remember doing our little test 2022. A couple of some of you have found it. It was like a members only, like live, not far from here, just seeing if it works and just, you know, dipping the feet in the water, you know, just testing out the water, you know. I don't know when our first sort of main live stream was. I'm saying 4 years. Feels like less, to be honest, but I'm sure it was 2022. But I think it was May I started to try it out. How we're doing, ladies and steady bears? Hope you enjoyed that those first wave of departures. Hope we're all feeling well. It is a busy TED HQ. See you later, Ben. Take care, man. Yeah,
Tom doing any display today?
Sorry?
Is Tom doing any?
Oh, I don't know, sorry.
I saw it there.
Yeah, that's all right. So we've got 41 Squadron that are just here. Now, this is a perfect example when the markings don't actually match the pilot, as well as the names. Don't forget, if you see names, I know, again, Hollywood have probably owed to this. Although, we're not saying that it doesn't happen, but names on aircraft aren't always flown by the pilot. The name is written on the aircraft. So if the name is written on the aircraft, it's not necessarily that pilot. It's an honour. Yes, again, like I said, it's but it similar goes to the markings on airframes as well. Aircraft can be passed around from station to station, squadron to squadron as well. So we can't really give you any info on how many there are or who's flying what. But this is a good example where one fighter squadron markings that you can see here, which, well, I'm going to guess that they are parked up where 41 Squadron usually operate. This is their sort of ASP, shall we say, their platform where they operate. But 41 Squadron, for those that know, have the wonderful motto of seek and destroy. They do have and do sport the Roman numerals on their jet, as on their squadron markings, and you can see on their on the right, that is the 41 Squadron markings. It is a Saint-Omer cross due to their time that they spent in France. I can't remember, I don't know how, I mean, I would have thought that would be since World War I when they obtained that. That is just my guess on that one, because the squadron was established all the way back in 1916. But their tail badge and there is the Saint-Omer cross. They have a particular style roundel that you can see, almost like a red and white bar. But 41 Squadron started off, of course, in 1916, as mentioned, which would tell you that they established before the foundation of the Royal Air Force. They formed at Fort Rowner, Gosport, in early April 1916. It did form from a nucleus of crew from 28 Squadron, but on the 22nd of May 1916, the squadron disbanded when it was renumbered to number 27 Reserve Squadron of the Royal Flying Corps. But they reformed on the 14th of July 1916, and they were flying aircraft such as the Vickers FB5, the Gunbus, and the Airco DH2 Scout, and eventually the Royal Aircraft Factory FE8. And it was these biplanes that the squadron took on their deployment to France on the 15th of October 1916. It was a total of 18 that departed for Gosport. It was a 225-mile journey, or 362 kilometers in new money, and they ended up at Saint-Omer. Only 12 actually made it, and the others landing elsewhere with tech issues. The 12 pilots spent a week there in Saint-Omer before moving to Abbeville, where the ground crews reached them by road, and their remaining 6 pilots ended up there by rail, minus their aircraft. So, and it was there that I believe it's where it gave home, or gave birth to their sort of tail badge that we see here, that Saint-Omer cross. I don't really know the story behind it. My only guess is that that was, I guess that was probably their first sort of deployment to France. So yeah, there's some amazing stories out there. Well, actually, I've got, hang on, give me 1 second. Hang on, I've got, I mean, surely I've got a book on this, and I do actually. Let's have a look. wonderful book here by Mark Every and Ken Delve. If you've heard of those names, you will know that they write legendary books. This one is by Ken Delve and Mark Every, and it's the RAF Heraldry, the RAF Squadrons. It's volume 1, so it's got squadrons numbers 1 to 100. So let's find out how bad I was out. Let's find out, come on. So this is their book. It is available to buy, and you can see there the Roman numerals XL1, and looks like they started life as a fighter squadron. Now the badge is adopted from the Arms of Saint Omer in France, see below, which we will do, which was the location of the squadron's first active service. So yeah, their first deployment out there, so I'm going to go with that. The squadron all briefly notes in 1937 that the squadron badge was presented by AOC in C. Fighter Command, Air Chief Marshal Sir HCT Dowding, Sir Lord Dowding there. So yep, so that'll be why. That was their that was their first deployment. So yeah, I was pretty, I'd say I'll give that a tick. I'd say that was okay. And seek and destroy, their motto, and I'll tell you what, there's some really cool mottos out there. Again, Latin doesn't need to be, again, it's more of a traditional thing. So 1916 then, we'll roll that back, 41 Squadron, Royal Flying Corps. 1917, as we said, they began equipping with the DH5 and then fully equipped the SE5A. And although disbanded after the First World War in 1919, they came back in 1934, and this time with the Hawker Demon before deploying to Aden in the Abyssinian crisis in 1935. They returned to the UK in August of 1936 and re-equipped with the Hawker Fury biplane fighter. Now that is something I do love. I do love a Fury. In 1939 they began converting onto the Spitfire Mark I, which I do actually have, but I haven't got it right here with me. There's a reason why I've got a couple of Spitfires up here, which I'll explain in just a moment. Now, while they converted to the Spitfire, on the 17th of October, 41 Squadron claimed the first aircraft shot down. It was a Heinkel HE111, and it was by, of course, Spitfires based in England. So it was the first ever enemy aircraft shot down. A year later, they were operating out of Hornchurch in 1940. 41 Squadron flew top cover for the Dunkirk evacuation for 12 days from the 28th of May. There was a lot of, I know there was a lot of bad press about the Royal Air Force during the Dunkirk evacuations, but the thing is, it was a smart move because they were ready for the Battle of Britain. The idea and the thinking in that sense was the fact that you lose your Air Force in this evacuation and we're not going to have anything left for our defence for the Battle of Britain. So, you know, history pays tribute to what's now. So whatever they did was correct. Okay, it doesn't matter how you look at it, but that was the case. They converted to the Spitfire Mark IIA, and they would have had Echo Bravo, and that's why some of the traditional liveries that they apply to their modern, shall I say, modern aircraft, such as Tornado and Typhoon, you will see Echo Bravo been painted on them for traditional purposes. And in 1941 they converted to the Spitfire Mark 5B, which I do actually have, the B wing, which are the additional cannons. Here is the B with the one rad. So there's this is what they were flying. The Spitfire, you would have had Echo Bravo on there. The B wing had the additional cannons. Actually, I don't think this has it. It's got the additional. It should have 2 and 2, and then these 2 machine guns here, or cannon, shall we say, the Hispano. That's the difference on the B wing. But anyway, they supported the Dieppe raid in August. And then eventually, in 1943, they converted onto the Spitfire Mark 12 in February. And they were one of only 2 squadrons to use this variant. But of course, in my hand right now, I've got the, this is a B-wing, Mark 5. But after D-Day, in 1944, 41 Squadron's focus switched from bomber escort missions to the anti-flying bomb patrols. Now, I'm going to show you something else that they had to deal with. Now, many of you will know the sort of like the colloquial name of it, the also known as, I've got one here, I'm just going to get it for you. Now, I know it was called a doodle bug. I haven't got a mark. Oh gosh, what mark am I looking for? 14. Let's get this one out. Right, getting something else for you here. Right, so these were a bit of a problem. Now, for many of you may know what this is, so I'll give you a chance to. This was indeed the V1 flying bomb. Bit of a problem during the Second World War. I'll do my best to pronounce it. Vergeltungswaffe. Waffe. Shall I try one more time? Vergeltungswaffe. I hope I got that right. It means vengeance weapon, number one. And you could say it was the very earliest form of a cruise missile. And its official Reich Aviation Ministry named this they also named it a Feisler FI-103, and this could go at speeds of 400 miles per hour. Now that was out of range for our early Spitfires. That was going to be a bit of a problem. So this is again a true tribute to history and what it does, and in the feat of engineering. With the later Mark Spitfires and the Griffin power enter the Rolls-Royce Griffin powered engines, which are 400 plus, it was able to catch up with these. Now it had a range of 250 kilometers, that's 160 miles. Okay, so they were set off so close to France, close to the waters, shot off, and the engine was an Argus AS109-014 Pulse jet. But its guidance was a gyro compass, so it was like a kind of an autopilot. But the idea was when it ran out of fuel, it would just drop down into the cities or whichever town it wanted to destroy. Now, as I said, the earlier Spitfires were going to have a bit of a problem catching up with these. Now, if pilots were lucky enough to even catch up with this, you've got to remember that these were awfully new. Okay, if you touch it, does it explode? This is the problem that they faced. They weren't sure what to do. They could try and shoot it down, but where will the debris go? Again, you have to be mindful of the tactics. And eventually, I don't have, I mean, the fastest one I've got here is probably this Spitfire. I can't remember what mark this is actually. What's that one? MH526. Should we have a look what that one is? I believe, wasn't that flown by, hang on a minute, hang on, those markings, isn't that the City of Glasgow markings, that one there? Hang on a minute, I think I've got it. I'm pretty sure that's the City of, what did we say, MH526. I'm sure those markings, LO, are flown by a famous pilot who flew the City of Glasgow squadron, which was number, oh gosh, what was it? 602 was it? 94. I can't remember what Spitfire mark this is now. What should we go for, Ted? It's a late one, wasn't it? They do like a very late mark, but anyway. Griffin power was the way, and the thing is, when they first encountered this, they weren't too sure what to do. And if you know, a lot of these would have come back from combat, maybe expended all their armament, and then it was a case of someone noticing that it was controlled by a gyro. But the thing is, they were worried that it could explode and detonate if they touch it. Now, I remember one of the stories I came across reading that, like I said, the Mosquitoes, the Tempest, the faster aircraft were able to catch up with these, and the later Spitfires were able to catch. And they did attempt to try to knock it over and wobble it because of the fact that it was gyro. I can hear an engine starter, but it could be a bit of flexing. And I remember one of the pilots thought his wing was was actually starting to overheat. And the thing is, it was just his light, his wing, the light on there. And well, they did rattle it, and that was one method to destroy them. But they did end up catching up with them and trying to shoot them down. But one of the things that they did have to be careful and mindful of was actually the debris after explosion, because you've got to remember, this is literally a flying bomb, which it was. And the 41 Squadron's role was actually to destroy them. They were one of the squadrons that were set out to destroy these very V1 flying bombs. And they did just that, actually. They destroyed around, I think it was 53 in total, 53 V1 bombs in a 9-week period. And that was in 1944. And by September, it transferred its attention to attacking V2 sites as well, while re-equipping to the Spitfire Mark 14. In December, it moved to a forwarding base in Belgium and ending the war stationed in Germany. So, pretty impressive stuff there now. And they disbanded on the 31st of March 1946. They reformed on the 1st of April. Now, back in the UK as a Spitfire Mark 21 operator, they're equipped with, okay, here we go, I did mention this, another wooden legend by de Havilland. And no, it wasn't the Mosquito. It was actually something that you may not have heard before. It was indeed sort of like you could say a successor to the Mosquito, but it was a very different. Now I've got the Royal Navy version, and this is de Havilland's masterpiece. Now this is the Royal Navy version. I can't believe I've managed to get hold of one of these. It is a de Havilland Hornet. Okay, it's the DH-103 Hornet. Again, sort of excelling with the idea and the concept of wood. Now, it was a bit shorter in length. The Mosquito was 12.34 meters. This was 10.82. So that's 40 feet 6 inches to the Mosquito, 35 feet 6 inches to the Hornet. So about, about 1.5 meters shorter the Mosquito. It's a single seater, by the way. So the nose a lot smaller than the Mosquito. The width, okay, so 16.51 meters on a Mosquito, 13.72 meters on the Hornet. That's you can see it's almost got like a clipped wing version of from the Mosquito. So 45 feet is the Hornet, as opposed to 54 feet on the Mosquito. So quite a bit of a difference. So about just shy of 3 meters in wingspan smaller. Height sat at 3.81 meters, the Mosquito, 4.32, so a lot higher, a lot taller, this one. This sat a lot taller, 4.32 meters, so 12 foot 6 inches on the Mosquito height, 14.2 inches on the Hornet. So quite a big difference there. So about 40, 50, half a, what do you reckon? Yeah, what's my math saying? About half a meter more. And it weighed 14,300 pounds, the Mosquito, whereas 12,500 pounds. And you know, it was a lot different. It was basically a fighter version. This is the Royal Navy version. It's kind of cool. It's got the arrestor hook there. Pretty cool, isn't it, to see it? And it's basically, it was a single seat version, and my word, it can certainly pack a punch as well. And that's what 41 Squadron were operating. So making its debut to the Ted Coningsby channel is de Havilland's, well, I was going to say Hornet, but it is the Sea Hornet version, the Royal Navy version as well. And it was deployed out into the Far East, and it was used quite successfully out there, although sources suggest that it did kind of come out too late. It retired only in 1956 when it took its first flight in 44, introduced in 1946, and retired as early as 1956. Because I guess with the English electric camber, it put a lot of these piston aircraft, you know, out really, and that was the end of it. It did enter service first of all with the Fighter Command of the Royal Air Force. The naval carrier version that I've got is the Sea Hornet. That was procured by the Fleet Air Arm. But yeah, its operational history saw it in mid-46. It entered first of all with 64 Squadron, who were based at RAF Horsham St Faith. And then Squadrons 19 Squadron at Wittering, followed by 41 and 65. Now 41 Squadron were operating the Hornet at RAF Church Fenton. So yeah, really, you know, I'm just going to show you that because it is a lovely aircraft. Let me just show you what it had. I mean, look at this. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I think that's stunning. very similar to the Mosquito. It was powered by two Rolls-Royce Merlin 130, and some had the 131 engines. They were V12. They produced 2,070 horsepower, max speed at 475 miles per hour, which was a lot faster than the Mosquito, but I guess it was smaller. 41,500 service ceiling, and it had four 20mm Hispano Mark V cannons, and it could take 2,000-pound bombs under the wings, and it could also take 8 of the 60-pound, that's 27 kilo RP3 unguided rockets on the Hornet F3 version. So it's a rather spectacular thing to see. Anyway, meanwhile, they're now operating the Typhoon. I hope you enjoyed that, Davey. It's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, I'm so glad I managed to get hold of one of those. So, after operating at Church Fenton the Hornet during August 1947, they then went on to the Gloucester Meteor in 1951. So, you know, the Meteor, oh, do you know what? I should have bought that now. I did see a Meteor that I could have got my hands on. Oh man, I wish I got that now, the Gloucester Meteor. But anyway, no worries. And it's amazing, isn't it? Some of these aircraft just came out too late, but it did find service out in the Far East. But in 1958, number 41 Squadron disbanded on the 15th of January, but stood up again on the 16th by renumbering. Now, they were called 141 Squadron, operating the Gloucester Javelin, which I do have as well, that disbanded on December 1963. Now, they had a renumbering, so they went with 41, renumbered to 141, but when they reformed on September the 1st of 1965 as a missile defence unit, they were equipped with the Bloodhound Mark II surface-to-air missile. So it sounds like they handed, they put away their flying boots and went with a more different role. They disbanded on the 18th of September 1970 and reformed on the 1st of April 1972, this time as a Phantom FGR4 unit. In 1977 they disbanded and reformed on the next day, 1st of April 1977, with the Jaguar, and they were here flying it. And also Coltishall as well. I know that they spent a lot of time, 41 Squadron, at Coltishall. And then 1991 they took part in Operation Granby in Iraq and subsequent deployments in support of Operations Warden and Resident North, which continued right up until 93. So they were deployed quite a lot on Operation Deny Flight over Bosnia. And the thing is, the commitment continued until August 1995, and during which time 41 Squadron Jaguar became the first RAF aircraft to drop a bomb in anger over Europe since World War II. They have a lot of history. Now, they took part in Operation Telic in Iraq, flying the Jaguar GR3 in 2003. Now, scheduled to disband in 2006 in April, 41 Squadron became a reserve squadron. And they had a new number plate, 41 Reserve, on Fast Jet and Weapons Operational Evaluation Unit, operating the Harrier GR9 and then eventually the Tornado GR4 and F3. And they found themselves here at Coningsby. And by 2013, they were now designated as 41 Reserve Test and Evaluation Squadron, and the unit took its first Typhoon on strength. Their HQ is at RAF Waddington, and they are today the Test and Evaluation Squadron for the Typhoon. What does that mean? Well, it means they can be given the latest and greatest software, ordnance, and could even try to test out what it's like to take off from a taxiway. So they will literally carry out all these little testing. So rather than use a training squadron, rather than use, let's say, a frontline squadron to do all these little tests, give it to the evaluation squadron. So that tells you they're very, very experienced frontline pilots to be able to do this. So that's 41 Squadron, ladies and city bears. I hope 41 Squadron enjoyed my little intro there with that. Peter Atkins, how you doing? Philip Knoll, oi to you. Dieter, do I have a model of the Whirlwind? No, I don't. And that was gosh, and that was that was kind of ended its career due to the engines with them not being produced anymore. Oh, Captain A, yes, Emma C. Nice one. Oh, actually, I thought you wrote Helen Seymour there because I was talking about 41 Squadron, an ex-pilot of 41 Squadron, the legendary Helen Seymour, who gives a lot of talks on her career here at Coningsby. She was once serving with 41 Squadron in the test and evaluation role, but she also talks about her experience as being on QRA. It's a very psychological experience. So for those who don't know, what does QRA mean? It means there are designated Typhoons right now ready to push a button, men and women, to scramble. Now, we never think, or maybe we kind of overthink or underthink, shall we say, I don't know, I've lost my words here, but we overlook it, that's probably the right words. But there are ground crew as well designated for the QRA. Basically, you need a ground crew. You can't just have Typhoons just sat there, you know, you need a ground crew. You also need a marshalling team, you know, so that the lineys to do this safely. ATC need to be on alert, ready to make sure that, I mean, it can happen any time, and you know, and there could be just an innocent, you know, civilian airliner just doing its thing, taking people on holiday, and it could be in the way. And the thing is, the ATC need to find a direct way and a safe way to get the Typhoons that are scrambled to intercept safely, quickly and correctly. And that is the thing. So we got ground crew, we got pilots, you know, Typhoons ready to go. And this, what I mean by this, it means 24/7, 365 days a year, including leap years if you want to get like that. And it doesn't matter what day it is, bank holiday, Christmas, you know, holidays, whatever, they're there ready to go. And Lossiemouth as well. And again, it's not just here. We do need to go and look further and spread that out. We need to look at RAF Bulmer, we need to look at RAF High Wycombe, Swanwick, 3 other that monitor the skies. They're the ones that monitor, make sure that all aircraft are following their correct flight path and designated flights. And they're the ones that make the call. We've also got RAF Bryce Norton, who will scramble a Voyager should the Typhoons need more endurance. But the psychological thing is, when that buzzer goes, that pilot, is that going to be the day? Is that going to be the day where they have to make that? I won't describe the conditions, but is it going to be that day they have to do what they're trained to do? Is it that? It's not as easy to just go, yeah, cool, that's great. It's not. It's going to be a very psychological thing. Boats as well, ships are other targets that need intercepting, as well as aircraft. Aircraft that annoy the UK airspace will be met with Typhoons, and they don't have their transponders on. These rogue, bullying, I'm going to say it like that as it is, bullying aircraft that are just causing trouble, and they don't have their transponders on. And the fact that they don't have them on means that our very brave men and women will be flying close to act as their transponders, if that makes sense. So the Typhoons will have their transponders on, so that other aircraft go, oh, there's an aircraft there, didn't know that. There you go. So yeah, I know it's going on the deep and dark side of things, but this is the realism of it. This is the reality, and it plays a lot, you know, when it comes to that. You know, there's a lot to absorb. There's a lot that goes on. You know, I've always said this before, when you're walking, when you go to the beach, when you go into a bar, when you go on holidays, when you go into Cornwall, Devon, other places, yes, I've just named a few, Scotland, wherever you want to go, whether you're going to work, whether you're stuck in a traffic jam, you know, literally at your 12 o'clock high, that sky is protected and monitored by our men and women today, which is fabulous. And the thing is, I've always set this metaphor, is the footsteps that are walked on by the men and women here, whether it's a pilot or whether it's on the ground, RAF police, whichever, they're following the same footsteps as their predecessors. They're following the footsteps of those men, brave men, during the Second World War, ready to scramble anytime. I know we kind of off at the Second World War. Don't forget, there was also the First World War, the Great War as well. But for timeline purposes, in the 40s, where most of the stations, early 40s, late 30s, built for protection of our skies. And I find that amazing. It's like what I say at Lakenheath as well. You know, all those 160 or so American airfields designated for the United States Army Air Forces, you know, those fighter groups, it's nice to have something left over from that. That legacy continues. Does that make sense? It continues through the form of the 48 Fighter Wing RAF Lakenheath. I love stuff like that. It's great. It really is. So, which makes my job exciting to talk about because I'm passionate about it and I do love it. I think it's just something that's spectacular. And what is lucky about the youngsters today here at Coningsby is that they have their air cadets here inside an active base, and that, my friends, they are extremely lucky. You know, I mean, what an inspiration for some youngster that wants to be a fighter pilot. It's right on your doorstep. In fact, it's not even a doorstep. You are walking on the very grass that they take off from. So if that's not an inspiration, then I don't know what is, because the cadets that come here with number 17, big shout out to Corey and Vince. Thank you for inspiring those youngsters. They are the future generation, teaching them the basics, discipline, you know, whatever it is that they do. One thing is for sure, they'll learn discipline, they'll learn to look smart for whichever job. Not all of them do, it is a fact. Not all of them will join the Royal Air Force, but at least they're taught the basics, at least they're taught discipline, at least they'll taught some really good things and you know, form a bond. And I like that concept. So if you have any youngsters that are thinking about it, there are cadets all over the country, and it might not be Air Force, it might not be, there are some schools have combined cadet force, which the CCF, some have Sea Cadets, some have the Army Cadets. It is pretty cool actually to start that young. Future generation, well done. Aspen, what up? How you doing? Hope you're good. Philip Noel, what up? So plenty of Typhoons that departed today. It's at 12:38 here in the UK, local. Right, I'm going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. I'll check ADSB, make sure I'm not missing anything on the return. And there's my good friend there, Carlos. Good to see you, Carlos, and the rest of the South Americans. No, just kidding. Carlos, see, how you doing, man? Absolutely great to see you and your family. And I hope your mum got her Prosecco in the end. Big shout out to all of you. Yeah, I've got a pocket chair. Just having a cup of tea. Do have Typhoons on RTB. Matt Foster, Aspenay doing, Gary, Andrew Porter, yes, pocket chair is about, it's all good. So I hope you're all good and enjoying the show. We do have a couple of Typhoons just RTB at the moment. Hope you all enjoyed Shuttleworth, by the way. Hope you enjoyed our little premiere as well. Nice to have a little bit of history on 41 Squadron. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed the Hornet as well, the Havilland. It is the Sea Hornet variant. Amazing. Havilland making masterpieces, which the Mosquito very nearly didn't happen, but he kept going due to being pushed aside. The idea of having wooden planes was considered regressing, that's what the Air Ministry said. It's now metal now. They thought metal was the way forward. Technology has its ways, but de Havilland proved and tried to prove his point that wood and powerful engines mean power to weight, and the fact that you could reconfigure. And he made the world's first, so be it alongside the P-38, but he made the world's first multi-role fighter. You know, it's the way he tried to sell the idea of an excellent power to weight, had, you know, in excess of 400 miles per hour. You could stick bombs on it, 4,000 pounds if you wanted to, which is amazing, absolutely incredible. Rockets, guns, had it all. So you could use it as a reconnaissance. You could use it for a ground attack or a fighter, a night fighter. Even the night fighter variants, they were easily transformed, shall we say.
Then put the windows down as well. Yeah, put windows down.
Andrew Porter, thank you very much.
Gunfighter Warlord Combine and traffic service. Treating a bridge for the Warlord for the land Gunfighter into the instrument.
So we've got 2 more Typhoons to depart as well, which is all good. So Warlord 1-4 on a straight in, and it's a combined call sign flight. It's Gunfighter 2-4 and Warlord 1-4. Gunfighter 2-4 taking on the supervision purposes to assist the and just to observe the landing. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Looks like we've got a couple of departures before our arrivals. Here we go. So got one Typhoon straight in, off somewhere. So during any form of emergency, where possible, there will be a supervisionary aircraft as just an observer, which can assist the Typhoon as well, or other fellow aircraft, shall we say, in the flight. If there's not one available and it's a singleton, sometimes you can get, if there's no one around that can reach an aircraft that has some form of emergency, they will send a Typhoon out to assist it. It's an extra set of eyes, it's a bit of comfort as well, a bit of assistance. teams are available now for any assistance. That's what training's all about. They train for any event. All be done. See that? All safe and sound. That's what we like to see. doing, ladies? Gentle teddy bears, hope you're all good and well. Right, nice little into the brake. weird, that went down the wrong way, sorry. I was just about to say, big shout out to the crash team and medics, by the way. Goodness bit, I'm going to have to go and get some water. Hang on. I'm just going to go and get some water. Really sorry about the thing. Sorry about that. I hate that when it goes down the wrong way. So whatever reason unknown to us, we're not at liberty to, you know, it's not our job, but one thing as members of the public, the pilot and the aircraft safe and well, that's all we need to know. And I'm sure if many of you were involved in an incident, you wouldn't want everyone just staring and filming and recording it. So that's why we don't know the incident. The pilot could be ill. I certainly don't want to be filming the pilot that's not very well. I'm not saying that's the case, but you know, they're there to do their job. They've got their process, they've got a procedure to do it all safely, and they've done a fantastic job out the ready. Some of the comments I get sometimes is like, well, where are the fire and rescue teams? They can't just wait at the end of the runway or by the side of the runway. They will then endanger themselves. You can't have vehicles right close to the runway. They're there, ready on alert, and they were there immediately. Again, that's one of the most common misconceptions, is that there's no emergency services right by the runway. They are, but not directly in the vicinity of that runway, because then it will endanger the rescue teams. You can't have a vehicle right next to the runway. Everything needs to be cleared. In fact, it's quite a scary time. But even the runway caravans as well, I've seen in many incidents where they've evacuated the runway caravan. So a fantastic job by the incident crash teams, rescue teams. Again, the importance of keeping the crash gates clear due to an incident I've seen before. Nothing to do with an aircraft, ironically. It was more of a Bowser, I think it was, or something leaked, and they needed to get emergency services and environmental agency through the crash gate. So there are many reasons for keeping that crash gate clear, and that certainly is one of them. The pilot is safe and well, I believe. All is good. So, oh, there's a nice free ship coming up to break the mood. Nice. That's the way the channel is. Out of respect, you just film the happy stuff and move on. all been diverted by taxi wires anyway. All is good, all is well. Low approach and a go around. Go around here and a low approach. Brake salute. You gotta love that. Thank you to F41 Squadron, Seek and Destroy Oii. They have a nice little slot for their history, and amazing history that they have. And that was just a bite-sized, very, very bite-sized history. Oh, I've got another low approach coming up. your Typhoons this morning. Hope you're enjoying the show, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Coningsby channel, live here at Coningsby. Ted's home, aka Ted HQ. braking there. Look at that. What looks like a wheelie is actually done in that way for good reason. So the idea is to turn the bottom of the undercarriage into a massive drag chute. So it's a bit like the same sensation if you stuck your hand out of a moving vehicle at some speed. You can feel the drag and it slows you down. And when we were kids, when it was windy, you'd open up your jacket and turn it into like a parachute. Remember that? Who's ever done that before? And that's the same sensation. What it does, it just slows the aircraft down naturally, as in opposed of aerodynamics, rather than using the braking systems. There's no braking system in the nose gear, only the main landing gear. It's a case of carbon plates compressed together. So a very busy RAF Coningsby today. Oh, we've got a 2-ship coming up. Look at this. four planes in that downward position. They can also act as a speed brake as well. All about drag. And I'll tell you what, look at the the aircraft's left wing. You can really see that dihedral style wing. I used to think they were just good old flat, but they're not. They do curve upwards, which I found out a new word called dihedral. Anhedral is when it's pointing downwards. I know.
vessel.
Teddy bears. Well, it's certainly been a busy morning here at Coningsby. You've enjoyed it with us. Yeah, what a week it was last week, from my regular shows to Cleethorpes to Shuttleworth in a form of a YouTube premiere. I hope you all enjoyed that. I just can't get over the weekend, really, because I must confess that Three Forks is certainly one of our favourites that we do, and it's certainly just the vibe of the place as well. I don't know whether it's the seaside vibe, but it was all buzzing. And of course, Shuttleworth is definitely one not to be missed. And if you're going and planning for next year, I know they do other themed air shows as well there, but Festival of Flying, goodness me, Ted was loving it. Andrew Stevens, check this out. Andrew Stevens has been with us for 41 months. And when I say been with us, he's actually being a YouTube member of our channel. And thank you so much for being a member for 41 months. That is absolutely incredible. Oi, good morning, Nikos, Ted, CCS. Thanks for this far fabulous channel. Have a great day, everybody. Thank you so much. A Guards March to you. Also, Gary, high five and a Guards March to you. Thank you so much for the super chat. As soon as Ted got sushi yesterday, bit of chucking for Reggie. Thank you so much for that. Thank you again. Margot, thanks a lot for the super. Karen Glenn, thank you very much for 37 months of Ted Coningsby membership. Woohoo! That's all I need to say with a heart. Thank you very much for that. Beverly Dobson, with her first month. Congratulations on being a member for your first month as a posh officer. Good morning from Spilsby, just down the road. How awesome is that? LEJ Approach, part of our Spanner flight, has now reached 36 months as a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much as well for your Spanner flight service. Thanks a lot for that, and also being a member as well. What a wonderful 3 years. Thanks Ted, thanks Spanner Flight, thanks TCS, thank you very much. Nick Knox, good to see you the other day as well. Nick Knox, high five, paw pump there for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you, thank you so much. It was really good to see it at Shuttleworth. And Gary, high five, paw pump, a salute for gifting 10, wow, 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Gary, legend, thank you very much for that. A Guards March to you. Also, Keith Smith with 25 months service as a posh officer. A Guards March to you. Thanks for the best military aviation channel on YouTube. Thank you very much for that. Peter Atkins with 27 months of Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you very much. Been a great 27 months. Andrew Porter, thanks a lot for the super. A Guards March to you. Peter Atkins, thanks as well for the super chat. Yet another great show. And you know, we're nearly at 134k. Literally just a handful away from 134,000 subscribers. Emma Seymour, member for 4 months. Thank you, Ted and Nikos, for the great live streams. You're most welcome. Celebrating 3 years with the membership is Philip Knoll. Hornet had 1 normal engine, 1 contra-rotated engine. I didn't know that, but thank you very much. That's pretty cool. Contra-rotating. Matt Foster, 43 months. Morning all, cheers Nikos for bringing us the live action from around the UK, a Guards March. Hope you enjoyed your time at Shuttleworth, and thanks for 43 months of Ted Coningsby membership there, Matt Foster. Gary, thanks a lot for the super, a Guards March to you. Andrew, thanks a lot for the, Andrew Porter that is, thank you as well for the super chat, a Guards March. Gary, thanks a lot again. Midweek takeaway, enjoy. Bless your heart. Gary, thank you for the support. High five, paw pump, a salute, and a fly pass for that super chat. Thank you. Andrew Porter, thank you very much. Andrew Porter, thanks a lot for the super. He's put 600 likes. Well, thank you very much for that. Hopefully we'll get 1,000. Sharon Chapman with 21 months membership. Thanks Ted, Nikos, Claire Bear and Spanner crew and all that you do. Thanks a lot, Sharon. And lovely to see all the regulars there, really into the 20s, into the 30s and 40s as well of membership. Pat Galloway with 28 months membership. Wow, what an awesome 28 months it's been. Thank you for the education and great live streams. You're most welcome. Paul Fuller with 27 months membership. Great action at Coningsby this morning. There has been a brilliant amount of action. And Cox celebrating 26 months of membership. Ooh la la, 26 months. Thanks for all your hard work, Nikos and Ted. Claire, oi, thank you very much. We've got Stuart G celebrating 16 months today. Fantastic 16 months. Thanks Nikos and Ted and TCS. Guards March, thank you very much. Acid Reflux, grab yourself a drink or a burger, Nikos. Make sure you share with Ted. Bless you, thank you very much, I will do. I'll tell you what, it smells really good from those grills over there. Bjorn Danielson, thanks a lot for the 34 months membership. Easy to follow the channel now when I'm on leave from work. Well, enjoy. Guards, Ted, you right there, mate? Ted, you need a bit of a hand there, mate. There it is. Right, let's see what we got on ADSB. See if we've got any more coming back. Ted, you right, mate? Ted's enjoying it. Bow, bow, bow. Di-di-di-di-di-di-di. Typhoons from Coningsby still out there. Just going to go and grab a quick cup of tea. Oh dear, just having a quick cup of tea and then I'll probably see what's going on. We've still got some food still out there. I'll tell you what, I'm so glad it's a lot more chilled, a lot cooler today. should have Typhoons on RTB. Just going over Spilsby now. Also got East Kirkby as well, Eastbourne. A Lossiemouth trip, Mac Loop to do. We've got quite a few things to do yet for the rest of the year. So it's our last stream of the month. I think, yeah. Had to think then, what I was saying. It does sound a bit odd to say that, but it is. But, tomorrow's another day. So for those asking about the grass runway, so 1942, I believe it was September of 1942, Coningsby's runways closed and opened in August 1943 with brand spanking new runways, if you wanted to know that. But it did have a satellite station, Woodhall Spa, and that opened in 1942 as a satellite station so that Coningsby could receive its Lancasters, okay, but it received them at its satellite station, so it had somewhere to operate its own Lancasters. So while the airfield here at Coningsby closed, they could still operate from Woodhall Spa, and they would do so during waterlogged periods as well, during seasons of it being wet or periods of it being wet and rainy. They could use the hardened runways, because that decision was made by the Air Ministry for any runways after December 1940 to be made with hardened and Class A configured concrete runways. It was from then. Anything before that that was planned, okay, so obviously during a construction before that date, it would still be made with grass runways unless they were able to get that done, because Coningsby opened on the 4th of November 1940. The plans to build it was in 37, so it was way before December of 1940. And the reasons behind that, of course, aircraft got heavier, you know, the demands of operational needs and requirements made aircraft heavier, bombers got heavier, the Stirling for one, the Halifax, then the Lancaster, and they weren't really suited for grass runways, so they had to close them one by one for those that needed the upgrades, and Coningsby did that in the autumn of 1942. And it was 617 Squadron who were the first operational squadron to use Coningsby's new runway. That didn't go too long. I think it was just a month or two. They swapped with 619 who were at Woodhall Spa, and 617 Squadron, although synonymous with Scampton, it's actually Woodhall Spa where they carried out their most missions. Of course, the squadrons that were here, 97 and 106, they did move. 106 went to Syerston and then went to Metheringham. Of course, playing a big part in the Metheringham Airfield Heritage Visitor Centre, where 97 Squadron made use of Woodhall Spa as their home, which they were involved in the Augsburg raid, April of 1942. Airfields closed one by one, and there's a bit of a lost airfield story with RAF Harrowbeer that I did. They used the rubble from the Blitz of Plymouth to assist in making the hardened runways. In fact, we are on the original airfield right now in this car park. We are in. There's actually the hard stands over here, the pans. Look at them. Where are they? The pancakes over there, where aircraft would, there's a couple of them. You can see it on Google Earth, but we're in the that we're in the, you know, the original. So I don't know when this road came into effect, but the airfield was a lot bigger, so it's kind of shrunk in time. But there we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Oi, oi. I'm just going to get a peg for my diagrams because it's getting a bit blustery. Oh, how we doing? Check if anything's RTB, and I'll give you a little bit of history while we're still got a few to come back. So we'll just wait for Havoc 2-1. I'll give you a little bit of history and we'll see how we get on from there, see if we're going to do any more. Acid reflux, thanks very much. I'll give you the full history in just a moment. I'm just gonna wait for this flight to return. I'll give you a bit of history. Some amazing things that I will be talking about today. Oh, that's in a rush. Hang on a minute, we may have a takeoff. Actually, I think there was one hot pitting. It's now, well, it's taxiing with purpose, put it that way. Hang on a minute. Oi, oi. Oi, oi to you. Right, let me go, let me just tune in a minute. That's me, where are you going? That is taxiing like Ted chasing salmon. To depart. I'll be with you very shortly. I mean, if you've got any questions on that, feel free to ask, because that is just superb. You see, there's a lot of research that's put into place. It's not a case of just googling something. It involves a lot more. Here we go. Here's our Typhoon. Lots of research, lots of hours put in. I even found a couple of books that were wrong as well, but you know, no one's perfect at the end of the day. I'm not here to go, you got that wrong. The thing is though, I get things wrong, and it's easy to do. There's only so much, you know, there's only so much you can project. It's no issue, it really isn't. You know, see that old myth about the hangars being a restriction for the short Sterling, which I looked into it, and many would agree that it's not true, because there were hangars that were 120 foot plus. The reason behind that Air Ministry specification, which was B1236, oh yeah, touch and go, was the fact that they were literally putting that restriction so that, two reasons: one, that the aircraft went absolutely mega, but the fact that it was easy to transport sections. I mean, at the end of the day, the B-17, the Halifax, and the Lancaster, over 100 feet, you know, between 102 and 104 feet for the you know, for the wingspan. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, the Sterling in the Air Ministry specification B12/36, there's this restriction on there about the wingspan no more than 100 feet, 100 foot max, and there was this conception about the hangars to fit them in. Yeah, I stumbled across that, and that's what I told you, but the thing is, when I was giving you the stats of the Lancaster, the Halifax and the B-17, that really did not make any sense at all. And the only reason that I could find was the Air Ministry for transporting purposes. I've seen a whole fuselage. This is going out with purpose. Hang on. PTO definitely are reheats on that. QRA. I thought that taxied out. That was a practice, so don't panic. We're not under attack or anything. Nice practice QRA there.
Got it on or off? If you've got it off. Captain, you're on copy. Sierra is on.
That was a pretty good takeoff, wasn't it? Beautiful, nice QRA style takeoff. Right, what up everyone? Hope we're all good and well. Right, let me just double check ADSB. That one's gone. That's cool. Right, I think we're going to be alright for a little bit. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. How we doing? Hope we're all good. Some really weird light going on at the moment, but it'll be alright. It'll be alright. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Hope you're good. And yeah, it's a last stream of the month. I know, don't worry, we're streaming tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be about tomorrow, so don't you worry about that. But yeah, I hope you're all well, and I hope everyone's feeling good, especially after yesterday's amazing premiere. I really loved that. I really enjoy Shuttleworth. It's absolutely brilliant. I do love it. Really, really good. How are we all doing? How are we feeling? Welcome to Ted's Home, RAF Coningsby. And yes, this is Ted's Foon, available on our Ted Coningsby website. I'll give you a little, let me just move back a little bit so you can have a look. There it is. It's got Ted's call sign on the back as well. Oh yeah. So yeah. And welcome to RAF Coningsby, ladies, gents, teddy bears, and welcome also to England's second largest county, and once boasted 46 airfields here. There wasn't an airfield during the First World War, okay, but the vicinity had plenty of those as well. But work started in 1937 for an airfield here at Coningsby, and it finally opened in November of 1940, November the 4th to be exact, and it started life, as we mentioned earlier, with grass runways. It was chosen to be the H under the command of 5 Group of Bomber Command, the HQ at St Vincent's Hall in Grantham, And first to arrive was 106 Squadron, Zulu November. And I've got a really nice example like I normally show you. I'll keep it a little bit brief and I'll keep it a little bit brief. Let me just ping this round just really quickly if I may. Something's rumbling quite nice. Yeah, so Zulu November was the markings of 106 Squadron, and this is the very first aircraft that arrived. Now they arrived later on. 106 Squadron arrived with the Handley Page Hampden on the 23rd of February 1941. And this aircraft, this tiny light fighter bomber, was the icon of Lincolnshire, because when we say about the Vickers Wellington being sort of icon of Ely, Cambridgeshire, Suffolk and Norfolk, these two aircraft, the Hampden, which I've got in my hand, and the Vickers Wellington, were actually based on the same Air Ministry specification. So, crew of 4, but this did have a very interesting nickname, the Flying Suitcase, the Flying Panhandle, the Flying Tadpole, whatever, take your pick. And the thing is with this, it was pretty much very basic. It had a boom fuselage, so not a lot going on there, but the nickname was owed to this fuselage. 1 meter was the width of this. 1 meter. That's 3 feet. That is very claustrophobic. It didn't really have any crew comfort, okay? It was literally a very lightweight bomber to do its thing. And the thing is with this, the Handley Page Hampden had a 4,000 pound of payload. It's sort of like its competitor, the Wellington, had 4,500 pound, but it was you know, deemed as a fighter bomber. It was pretty you know, it was pretty maneuverable, but the claustrophobic space really made it difficult. So if the pilot got injured, who sat in a folding seat up here, if the pilot got injured or worse, it was almost impossible to get someone to take over, at least to take control of the aircraft and try to assist. So it did have some guns as well, and it was made with the same Air Ministry specification as the Wellington, which was B9/32. There was also the Hereford, because the first Mark 1s of the Wellingtons and this had the sort of like the bridge to 1,000 horsepower engines, which was indeed the Bristol Pegasus engines, and that was literally the start of many things. And its operational history owes it to RAF Scampton, because 49 Squadron were the first to receive the first ever Hampdens at Scampton, followed by 83 Squadron as well. So this was pretty much in the skies, just like the Wellington was in the Suffolk skies as well. So it was pretty much, you know, number 5 group's little bad boy. And, you know, had a length of 53 feet 7 inches, but the goodness me, the fuselage, it had no toilet facilities, so I don't know how the crew felt about that. Max speed 247 miles per hour, had a good range of 1720. At 3 to 5, in the end 5 Vickers K machine guns. They also made a torpedo bomber version with an 18-inch torpedo, and it could also take mines as well, which this was really used quite a lot for gardening. I know, not to plant plants and roses and, you know, oregano herbs and stuff. No, it was literally, gardening is the name for mine laying, so dropping mines in the seas and stuff like that. So that's what was here first. And 106 Squadron, their markings was this, Zulu November. If you're wondering what the other letter is, that is the flight letter. So they had A to Z basically, so that they can distinguish aircraft to aircraft on a flight. Okay, so that's our Hampden there, and that was here first. So it's quite an interesting bit of love there for the Hampden, which was into service in 1938. So there we go. That's our Hampden now, and I'll try and keep the history brief because I've got a feeling there's going to be quite a busy period again. I think, I don't know, I got, you know, when you know why, because I talk history and we get aircraft, but there we go. So that was the first, they were the first to arrive, on the 23rd of February of 1941, so about 2 to 3 months after the station opened. And the Hampdens went on their first mission just a couple of weeks later, so the night of the 1st into the 2nd of March 1941, 5 Hampdens went on a raid to Hamburg. There were no losses on their first mission. But the very next day, they did another mission, okay, their second one, on the 3rd into the 4th of March. And it was another raid into Hamburg, and it was sadly going to be Coningsby's. I mean, it was inevitable, right? It was going to be Coningsby's first ever loss. The crew of 4 all gone, failed to return, and that was Hampden X3002. And it's the very first aircraft lost of Coningsby. It's that one. It's quite eerie when you speak about that, the very first loss, because you know, sadly, it's inevitable. I mean, look what happened to the 100th Bomb Group, their first mission. 30 men never seen again. 3 B-17s gone on their first raid. It's always going to be inevitable, and that's the sad thing. There's going to be empty beds. You know, they form a brotherhood, and they're going to come back and see an empty bed. You know, they're not going to have that person to talk to again. It's very heartbreaking when you go back into history. 106 Squadron were also joined by 97 Squadron, who on the 15th of March 1941 arrived here with the very interesting Avro Manchester. I won't go into too much detail with the Manchester, but for those that know, it was a twin-engine Lancaster. That's exactly that. It would be no harm in saying it was literally the start of the Lancaster, because the Lancaster doesn't have its own Air Ministry specification. How about I make a education video on the Manchester? Would you like that? We'll do that as well. So 8th of the 9th, 97 Squadron carried out their first ever raid with 3 of their Manchesters on a raid into Kiel. That was in 1941. Another raid, 10th into the night of the 11th of April 1941, a loss of 2 Hampdens from Coningsby on a small-scale raid to Dusseldorf. Both shot down by night fighters. All eight men lost their lives. It was beginning to come a regular thing. 15 aircraft were lost between July and August, which is equivalent to a squadron's worth of... in fact, 106 Squadron actually got the reputation of, sadly, through statistics, of becoming the highest loss of any Hampden squadrons. Very sad when you think about it like that. 2nd of October 1941, 5 Hampdens were tasked in a raid over Karlsruhe, and due to poor visibility, an order came through to abort the raid, and Hampden AD 768, piloted by Sergeant Newby, was just 5 minutes away from target. But when you read these stories, these pilots had that press on spirit. Let's press on, lads. You know, come back, steak and chips and a pint, whatever. But they had that press on. He was told to abort because of the bad weather. What did Sergeant Newby do? RAF, innit? World War II, pressed on, dropped the bombs on the target and returned for home. Managing to avoid the heavy flak as well by evasive action, because it was quite a manoeuvrable aircraft, the Hampden. But over France, he was then intercepted by 3 Me-110s and shaking them off for about 20 minutes. And the thing is, that 20 minutes put his aircraft off course with fuel low. He sent out an SOS order, but had no reply. He did sight land, and that was at 0130, followed by, he saw some coastline and he thought, don't recognise this, what should we do? But things were getting a bit desperate, running out of fuel. At 3:15 in the morning, he gave the orders to bail out. They had bailed out over Ireland. Now, for those that know, Ireland was neutral then, and they were caught and interned, and they spent 3 years in camp, and they were finally released in June of 1944. So they spent pretty much the rest of the war there. With the Manchester's biggest threat being itself, for those that know, I'll do a education one day. The unreliability was literally owed to the Rolls-Royce Vulture engines. Several were lost in accidents, including takeoff. It is estimated, so they made 202 Manchesters, 25%, so let's say 50 airframes, were lost in accidents because of the engines or similar. That's around 50 of the 202 made. 106 Squadron then were having their own issues. They acquired being the highest loss rate of the Hampden Squadron, and they were next in line to convert to the Avro Manchester. Now, they lost around 45 Hampdens until it converted to the Manchester in early 1942. 1942 was the final days of the Manchester. They were grounded over 6 times, at least half a dozen times, and sadly 106 had to go on their own, and the very aircraft that they were meant to replace, when they finally did convert to the Manchester, they actually went back to the Hampden. and used that instead. So they actually used the aircraft they were meant to replace. So there we go. This would be the Manchester's last few days, and by this time at RAF Waddington, almost given the name Manchester Mark III, the 4-engine Rolls-Royce Merlin powered version, the Avro Lancaster was already operational. Coningsby still had grass runways here. Wasn't really suitable, as we discussed, wasn't really suitable for heavy bombers. And with that in mind, so 1st of February 1942, that way, about 5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow, RAF Woodhull Spa was opened. And it wasn't independent, it was actually going to be Coningsby's satellite station. All right, so a place where they could operate from. So during periods of real bad rain where the airfield was waterlogged with its grass runways, Woodhull Spa's concrete runways was utilised, because RAF Woodhull Spa was made in the Class A configuration and made with concrete runways. So why the Class A? Well, it gives you 6 directions of travel. It eliminates wear and tear, because if you get attacked or wear and tear, one of your runways is damaged, being concrete, not like grass runways, because grass runways did have a benefit. You don't have to designate a particular stretch. There was going to be one stretch of grass that you could take off a light bomber from, right? And that was the thing. So grass runways did have benefits, especially for light aircraft. They could be utilized in that way. Okay, you get damage from a bomb or waterlog, you could use some stretch of runway, grass that is, to do it. But Class A style runways, they mainly had a 6,000-foot runway, just rounding it off, and then 2 subsidiary intersecting runways about 4,200 feet. Benefits: crosswind, no worries, you got 6 directions of travel, pick one. A surviving runway 12 and 30 survives from the original Class A style runway. Pretty cool. If your airfield gets bombed or attacked, one of your runways gets damaged, you still got 2 more strips of runway to use. So, there was a lot of good things, but the thing is, aircraft got heavier, and you certainly couldn't come back or take off and use it if you were fully loaded and fully fueled. So that's why the conversion. It was a lot stronger, less maintenance on it in some ways. Runway numbers didn't come out until 1943 either for the UK. Now, the runways were... Oh, a Typhoon's here, brilliant. Hang on. Where did he come from? Hey, talk history, get aircraft, right? Doesn't. So, it was Coningsby's turn to upgrade the runways, and it was autumn 1942. It was time for Coningsby's runways to close. But I'll talk to you about that in a moment, because Coningsby did receive the Avro Lancasters, but they received them at Woodhull Spa because Coningsby's runways weren't suitable. Now 97 Squadron moved to Woodhull Spa, and both squadrons, 106 and 97, actually formed an OCU, heavy conversion units, out of one of their flights. I think it was B flight that they did that. And what that would do is that their OCU, or heavy conversion unit, would operate from Woodhull Spa with the Lancasters, so that they can be trained on. So when Coningsby's runways closed to be hardened, configured runways, they would be ready. But yeah, it's a tradition here that when aircraft hear me talk about history, they start taking off, right? I think this is our Typhoon that did that QRA takeoff, I don't know, what a funny feeling it is. Brilliant. This way a minute. So yes, so now you know Woodhall Spa was the satellite station. So 106 Squadron at that time had that reputation. They lost around 45 Hamdens until it too converted to the Manchester in early 1942, and that was the last year for the Manchester. And that was the last year. Now, during the periods of the airfield being waterlogged and flooded, runways at Coningsby, Woodhall Spa's concrete runways was utilised, and it was during this time that 106's time with the Manchester on the 14th of March 1942, aged just 23, the squadron had a new CO, Wing Commander Guy Gibson, the youngest squadron commander in Bomber Command. He was already destined for great things, and Guy Gibson recorded that it was recorded that he carried out 18 raids at Coningsby, 6 consecutive, and with great results. And the thing is, he didn't like desk jobs. He wanted to fly. He wanted to be seen being involved, and that was the thing. And you know, that obviously helped. And he was the CO that wanted to fly, and despite being unpopular amongst the crew with various nicknames, there was no denying his extreme courage. From here, August 27th to the 28th, 1942, Guy Gibson led his 9 aircraft to bomb the aircraft carrier, for those that know, the Graf Zeppelin, with a capital ship, a 5,600-pound anti-shipping bomb. Now, he made loads of attempts to try to destroy this thing, and despite being poor weather, he made 12 runs to try to locate the target. The Graf Zeppelin actually survived, but it was never used in the raids. Now, 106 became the first to the new 8,000-pound bombs, and Gibson's track record and his time at Coningsby was being recognised by analysts of Bomber Commander, and he wanted to be seen sharing the risk. That was his thing, and he wanted to be a leader, and that he did. And of course, he led the Squadron X, as it was called, at Scampton, and it was of course 617 Squadron. 20th of March 1942 was 106 Squadron's first mission with their Manchesters. It was a mine laying mission on Kiel. 22nd into the 23rd of April, Gibson's first mission. L7418 was his Manchester, and this was one of 14 operations he flew from Coningsby. And not only did he survive the missions, he survived the sortie in a Manchester. Lancasters began to arrive for Coningsby, but was to be operated at Woodhall Spa. Heavy conversion units, like I mentioned, formed within the squadrons 97 and 106, as the Lancaster layout was almost identical to the Manchester. And that's the thing, because the Manchester evolved into the Lancaster. The Lancaster and the Halifax, the Lancaster doesn't have its own Air Ministry specification because it evolved. The Halifax, same Air Ministry specification as the Manchester, same technically specification as the Lancaster. It was literally P13, P for Papa. The letter P stood for a medium bomber, all right? Yes, you're probably thinking, well, hang on a minute. Why was the Halifax a 4-engine bomber? Because did you know that the HP-52, the Handley Page Halifax, was actually started life as a twin-engine with the very doomed engine Rolls-Royce Vulture? They didn't quite go ahead with it, and luckily for them, they were given the go-ahead to evolve the Air Ministry specification. So that was lucky for them, which ended up being the Halifax in the end, 4 engines. On the 15th of September 1943 into the 16th, 8 Lancasters of 617 Squadron took off from Coningsby to attack the Dortmund Ems Canal using the 12,000-pound high-capacity bombs. Now, just a month before that, I forgot to mention, actually, I need to tell you about the new runways. I forgot to mention that. Just first of all, on the 30th into the 31st of May, Operation Millennium, which was the first of the 1,000 bomber raids into Essen, that involved 1,047 bombers used. Coningsby Squadrons, Manchesters and Lancasters were used as well. 25th into the 26th of June for the second raid. Now, by this time, the Manchester was retired. Now, 97 Squadron moved to Woodhall Spa in March 1942. 106 Squadron moved to Syerston and eventually Metheringham, which is why you see Zulu November painted on the sort of the buildings at Metheringham's Airfield Visitor Centre. And Coningsby's airfield in 1942 closed and reopened in August 1943 with the new extended hardened Class A concrete runways. First to try out the new runways was 1514 Beam Approach Training Unit, or Training Flight, with the Airspeed Oxford and the legendary Avro Anson, which we've all got to fall in love with at Cosford, at East Kirkby and Shuttleworth and everywhere else it's been. How nice was that? And 30th of August 1943, as mentioned, 617 Squadron under the command of Squadron Leader Holden, DSO, DFC, AVD and Bar. At this time Gibson went on a PR fest over to Canada. They were the first operational squadron to use the new runways at Coningsby, Oii, and 15th into the 16th of September 1943, 8 Lancasters of 617 took off from Coningsby to attack the Dortmund Ems Canal using the 12,000-pound bombs. They weren't the tall boy, they were called high capacity bombs, but this came at a cost of 5 Lancasters. Many of the crew lost, and that sadly included the legend that is Squadron Leader Holden, was also part of the Dams raid as well. Lots of crew were lost that took part in the Dambuster raid, were lost on that mission. 33 lost their lives, 2 POWs and 5 evaded capture. January 1944, 617 Squadron swapped with 619. So 619 had their home at the Petwood Hotel. I know, they swapped with 617 Squadron. So 619 moved from Woodhall Spa to here, who then eventually went to Dunholm Lodge. I went past Dunholm Lodge the other day actually, when we went to Cleethorpes. Coningsby was to see new things. January 1944, 617 Squadron swapped with 619. 61 Squadron also arrived at Coningsby, both operating the Lancasters, but their stay was brief, and Coningsby became, I don't know if you know this, but Coningsby became a Pathfinder target marking force, and that was with 83 and 97 Squadron. For those who don't know, Pathfinders weren't just a case of lighting the way, they also had target markers that led the way for the Pathfinders. I know, what does this all mean? Well, Pathfinders would light the target so that bombers could have a more accurate way of bombing at night. However, some of these Pathfinders got lost, so therefore the targets were not accurate. So they actually had a target marking force. I know, how cool was that? I think they had a very loving nickname as well. On D-Day, on the 5th of the 6th, June 1944, 18 Lancasters took off for their mission to bomb a battery of coastal heavy guns on the French coast at a point called Saint-Pierre-du-Mont on the southeast corner of Cherbourg Peninsula. Amongst the 18 Lancasters was the commanding officer of 97 Squadron, just 24 years old. Wing Commander Edward James Jimmy Carter, DFC, was heard to exclaim, "Thank God I'm still on ops and not in OTU now." Little did he know, sadly, that this flight would cost him his life in Lancaster. It was a Lancaster B Mark III, ND 739. It was OF, of course, for 97 Squadron, Z Zebra. Now, since taking over the squadron, Carter had led 97 Squadron's crews on the Pathfinder targeting marking operations to many targets in Germany. For the operation on the 6th of June, aka D-Day, Carter was nominated as the Deputy Master Bomber. But just as experienced, waiting on alert across the channel at Evreux Airfield in Normandy, German night fighter pilot Hauptmann Helmut Eberspacher. He was with a squadron that you don't really mess with. They were very brave and initiated in he was an ex-Wildeshauer. He was part of number 1 SKG-10 with his FW-190. Now, Eberspacher, the holder of the Iron Cross, first and second class, had been promoted to Staffel-Kapitän to lead the 3rd Staffel of the 1st Grouper in May. Now, SKG-10, they flew hit-and-run fighter bomber missions with their FW-190s over southern England by day and night. Now, Eberspacher was also an experienced Wildeshauer pilot, a daring tactic using the moon and German flak. I know, did I just say German flak? Yes, I did. They used their own German flak almost to make a light box using the moon. Let me demonstrate. I don't have an FW190. Okay, let's use a Spitfire. Anyone ever used a light box before? Own up, who's used a light box? Right. So, here's our Lancaster, about to bomb. It goes below the cloud. Meanwhile, while that's been fired with flak, pretend this is a 109, or if it was a Spitfire initiating in Wildeshauer. So you got a layer of cloud, okay? When the flak lit up the skies, it would light this up a silhouette. That was the point of Wildeshauer. What I'm saying is that the FW190 pilots of Wildeshauer were actually exposed in their very own flak. Yes, some of them got hit by their own fire, but the point of it, you got the flak exploded, the moon shining down on the cloud, and it would make a silhouette of the Lancaster. FW190's dive, and that was the end of the poor bombers, if they got away, that is. So that's how brave they were. They were actually going in their own enemy fire. I mean, not be funny, but to fly a fighter at night, right, they don't have like the night vision stuff that we have today. They did have flares at night, actually, the 109s and FW190s, enemy night fighters. They would use yellow and green flares. But anyway, meanwhile, so Eberspacher was waiting on alert, just like they do here, QRA style. So the daring tactic that was used was under the belt of Eberspacher. All right, now at 0430, the German Gruppe HQ was alerted of the British bombardment, and Eberspacher was scrambled with 3 other FW190s. Carter and his crew had dropped their bombs on the target. They'd been successful, everything going well. They turned for home when they were found by Eberspacher in his FW190. Now, I just want to highlight, they would have never even seen. Imagine what was going on. I want you to imagine you're 24 years old, and that's, you know, somewhere younger than that. At night, in your Lancaster, and something is firing at you, ripping holes through your fuselage. Lots of shrapnel. You don't know who is attacking you. You can't see your enemy. You are being picked on. I want you to imagine what is going on in that fuselage. You know, young men being attacked in a fuselage, in a bomber, heading home, and they can't even see what is attacking them. Eberspacher scrambled in his FW190. Carter and his crew, they were heading for home. But 0500, being in tight formation, it was inevitable that the FW190s would spot the Lancasters silhouetted against the moonlit clouds. Now, Eberspacher dived down onto the Lancaster and opened fire. I've always said this, that the moon can be your friend, it can also be your enemy. It was very important to use the moon for bombing your targets. However, it would also prove to be your enemy because it would also light you up. That adrenaline pumping, the terror, would be felt by a bomber crew on the receiving end of sustained bursts of cannon fire from a completely unseen foe. And that was the thing. They probably didn't even know what was going on and what would hit them. And that was the end. Carter's Lancaster exploded into flames. Not only did he go down, he'd also claimed 3 other Lancasters, one of them being by fellow pilot Fedwebel Eisele, claimed the SKG-10's 4th. None of Carter's Lancasters had any survivors. These were the first casualties of the RAF during D-Day operations. Gibson returned to Coningsby in the summer of 1944 after his PR work in Canada in the summer of 1944, and he returned as 54 Base Air Staff Officer, and he was being tasked a desk job. He hated it. Can you imagine Guy Gibson just bashing that desk And he hated it, but you know him, he found a way to fly occasionally. A mission was tasked to him for a raid on Mönchengladbach on the 19th into the 20th of September 1944. He chose to fly a Mosquito KB267, a Mosquito of 627 Squadron. On the return flight, his Mosquito was seen crashing in Steenbergen, Netherlands, and he and his navigator, Squadron Leader Warwick, lost their lives. 25th of April 1945, Coningsby's last sortie against the oil refinery in Norway. 175 aircraft were lost from Coningsby's airfield during World War II. The breakdown is 17 Manchesters, 57 Hamdens and 101 Lancasters. 101 Lancasters. Goodness me. 101 Lancasters were lost. So 175 aircraft failed to return. I'm probably going to do a little bit more research, just like I did with 149 and 199 Squadron, with the actual losses. I'll try and break that down, but it involves a lot of work. So after the war, July 1946, there was a spell of Avro Lincolns, 83 and 97 squadrons. Then there were Mosquitoes here. They were Mark 16 with 109 and 139 squadrons, and also 231 OCU, along with a Mosquito Photo Reconnaissance Squadron. In 1950, care and maintenance was now for Coningsby, but Boeing Washingtons arrived with 149 Squadron, and by July 1952, Coningsby had 32 Boeing Washingtons. What are they? They're B-29s loaned out to the Royal Air Force. They loaned them out because they were going to get the next bridge of technology, the first jet aircraft. So the Boeing Washingtons, or B-29s, they were a stopgap until then. And the Boeing Washingtons with 15, 44 and 57 were operating them until 1953. The English Electric Canberra arrived. 149 Squadron, I know from Lakenheath, that were there during the Second World War, were here. 44, 15 and 57 Squadron. They were Canberra B6s, and in the late 50s with 9 and 12 Squadron as well. In 1962, another favourite of yours, the Vulcan. That was the Vulcan B2 with 9 35 Squadrons during 62 to 64, until eventually they moved to Cottesmore. In 1968, the FGR4 Phantom arrived here with 228 Squadron until the first fully operational frontline squadron, number 6 Squadron, the Flying Can Openers, arrived here in 1969. Other squadrons with the Phantom, 54, 41, Treble 1, 29, and many squadrons either disbanded with the Phantom here or made their way to RAF Wattisham in the late 70s to take over from the intercept role, the QRA role that was owed to the English Electric Lightning. 1976, the BBMF arrived here at Coningsby, and that was from Coltishall. 1985, 229 Squadron were operating the Tornado F2. Now, the Tornado F2 was the stopgap because in 1987, 29 Squadron, who said goodbye to its Phantoms, they traded in and became the first ever operational F3 Squadron. And then, of course, 2005, on the 19th of May, 17 Squadron arrived here with the very first Typhoon. I know. And then followed by 29 Squadron. And it was that year that Squadron Leader Matthew Elliott made history. Because Squadron Leader Matthew Elliott made history and the milestone as the first ever RAF Typhoon display pilot, debuting at RIA. I mean, how cool is that? In 2006, 41 Squadron were operating the Harrier GR9, Tornado GR4 and F3. They'd also operated the Jaguars here as well at Coningsby. In 2006, number 3 Fighter Squadron arrived. 2007, number 11 Fighter Squadron arrived. So 2 frontline squadrons here. 2020, number 12 Squadron stood up as a joint Qatari Emirai Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. Have I missed anything? No, I think that's everything. That's Coningsby's history in a nutshell. In a nutshell. So welcome to RAF Coningsby. Ted's home. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea, a little bite.
That's it, there, go left.
You okay? Good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. It's starting to get a bit warmer now. It was cooler earlier. I did say it was going to clear up and start to chop us out here. But hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. Certainly a very busy first half. Jay Borton, how you doing? Oi to you. Margot, Captain A, Davey, David 4739, AD Gibson. An honour to have you on here, really, with your roots there. Yeah, normally I'll give you a full-on. Thanks a lot, Raptor 29. Yeah, it involves a lot of research. It's not like I said, it's not a quick tap it into Google scenario. It's taken me months and months to do that full list of aircraft, each airframe loss from 149 and 199 Squadron operating from Lake and Eef between 41 and 1944. A lot. Robert Owen, Lewis, Davey, Aspen, what up? LEJ Approach, hope you're well. Hope everyone is well. Got another show tomorrow. What are we doing? Where are we? Wednesday. It's always weird when I start on a Tuesday. I always like, what's going on here? I'll tell you what, I really enjoyed that day off yesterday. But you know what a day off means for me. Lots of editing, putting together the premiere, which was quite funny. But yeah, I got tomorrow. I'll see about Friday. The Friday is a little bit on the old touch and go, so I'm not sure about Friday just yet. But definitely tomorrow and Thursday, and we'll see where we're going to be on a Friday. To our US viewers coming up, a very happy 4th of July celebrations coming up for the 250th anniversary of your special day. So I'm sure you'll be all celebrating and having a good time. Say hello to our Red Arrows over there when they do their special fly pasts and other celebrations. If you tuned in, where are you tuned in from? Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby. You now know. If you've got any questions about the history, do pop it in. I'm on the chats now. Let me know if you've got any questions. There was a good question earlier about when did Coningsby convert from grass to concrete runways. That was cool. And Deister, how you doing? Oi to you. Andy Beckett in Grimsby, tuned in from Pittsburgh. Nice, Pennsylvania. Oh yeah. Andy Beckett from Grimsby. Jay Borton in Breen Sands. Wow. Oh, from Thursday for the family holiday. Well, go and say hello to my uncle who owns the fish and chip shop in Breen. Alright, go and say hello. That's right. It used to be called Hillview. I don't know if it's still called Hillview, but it's called Somerville now. I'm pretty sure it's Somerville. In fact, let me just double check. Go and say hello to my uncle. Go on. There you. Go and see my uncle. Fish and chip shop in Breen. Go on. Jay Borton watching from Oxford. Yeah, I'm sure he changed the name to Somerville now. Let me just double check. Or is it Somersville? I know he changed it. Summer Haze Fish Bar, that's the one. Summer Haze, sorry, my bad. Tuned in from Essex, Suffolk border. Nice. Perez, Mattman Bush, how you doing? Andy Beckett from George Cleethorpes. Warren Farm, goodness me. Is that where you're going? So back in the days when I used to work for a caravan company, I've spent a few times putting up some awnings at Warren Farm. So wow, brings back memories there. Oh, brilliant. Got Ian McCabe, yay fellow Somerset, yay. So yes, if you're new to this, unfortunately there is no time when there is no scheduled departures are made available to the public, and to be honest, that's how it should be. We just turn up, hope for the best. That is true nature of plane spotting. What time we got? 13:32. Just wait to see what else is going to happen. There is a canopy up, as you can see. In there, Freya, thank you very much. Purple from the Wiltshire Somerset border. Ian McCabe in Bridgewater. I know, no E. I know. Many people fail. I'll tell you, here's another one. Okay, so Bridgewater. I mean, there's a couple of things in Somerset that we're quite fond of and very proud from Somerset, which is where I'm from. In fact, Weston-super-Mare. So Weston-super-Mare, the correct spelling is actually with a small s. If you put a capital S, it's actually technically incorrect. And there are a few signs that I really want to put a petition to change them along the M5 that has a capital S. I will never forget it because I was very proud at school and my teacher marked my work wrong because I put a capital S and it stayed wrong. I mean, I was only like 6, whatever it was, but they told me that no, the super has to have a small s. Even when you're writing W-S-M, it should be a small s. Now the other one that catches people out is Bridgewater. I know, it's got no E. It doesn't have one, it's never had one, and we don't want it on there. If you think that's strange, well, if you think about the full word of a fridge, what is a fridge? It is a refrigerator. Now, fridge has a letter D, but a refrigerator does not have a letter D. There you go. That is the secret with Bridgewater. It doesn't have an E and it doesn't need an E. People are probably Googling refrigerator to see if it's got a D in it. No, it doesn't have one. Fridge does, don't know why. And yet it's a shortened version of a refrigerator, right? Oh, is there another place? I didn't know that there was another one. I thought it was just a Somerset thing. No, we got West Bridgeford here in Nottinghamshire with no E. Yeah, it does have some girt potholes there now, isn't it? It's a girt one, isn't it? Oh dear. Going to go and have a quick cuppa. lots of F-35s. Like you can. Sounds good. It's no wonder you can hear that. It is the world's most powerful engine in a fighter jet. It is indeed the Pratt & Whitney's F135 engine, 43,000 pounds of thrust. No wonder you can hear it. Canopy up on the main ASP. I think that's the one that was doing a bit of flexing earlier, so welcome to the Coningsby channel, and if you just joined us, welcome to the show. We had a very busy morning, and it's just quieting down for the break. So it's quite a traditional sense where we got a wave 1 and we're waiting for wave 2. I like that because you can have a little break, but on the other hand, when it's non-stop, it's also quite exciting as well. Not gonna complain about that. It's always good. Jakey H2000, yes, we have, but with Holbeach being 2 hours closer, I mean, so be it, a 4-hour round trip closer, it makes sense just to go to Holbeach. In fact, there are some restrictions at Donanook with regards. Turn that off. There are restrictions to some of the ordnance there. And of course, you've also got the seals that are there. So it's just as well, we might as well just stay local to Holbeach. But we have done, we have been there. So we've got 2 Typhoons, by the sound of it, possibly taxiing out, possibly. I don't know, but I think there might be 2, but I don't know when. Okay. Right, well, actually, that said, on the main ASP, we've got plenty of canopies up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 canopies up on the main. Yeah. Today we were focusing on
Comes grounded afternoon Typhoon at P4, request taxi from Foxtrot Evaluation Squadron.
We've also got 12 squadrons starting up as well. All good. Nice one. Thanks for purchasing the Ted's Typhoon t-shirt. Yeah, we still got a few left. They are pretty much quite limited to the amount that we have. So well done on getting in those. Thanks a lot there, Millennium Max. Yep, canopy is always good. Canopy made of acrylic as opposed to glass. It's really giving it some now. Let's go, let's ride. It's like lots of... See you later, Steve. Sorry? What is happening today? Don't know. Just a regular day. Just a regular day. So whatever happens. Just caught a tail there. Yep, it's taxiing from. Yep, that's the one. We've got 12 squadrons and 3 squadrons on the look of it. Right, here we go. Well, it's some nice skies for a PTO if it's going to happen, but I didn't hear anything like that, so let's have a look. So this one's just a singleton. PTO. Look at that, brakes. 8 seconds later. Squadron next, I believe. Some great answers there for first ever military airfield. There were, the thing is, it depends how far you want to go, because Farnborough, and you have to remember balloon companies as well, the air battalion in the army, because if you're going to count flight in its own right, then you do need to remember about Farnborough and Cardington. I'm trying to think of Cardington as also quite old as well. We'll have a low one, we'll have a low one. Squadron as well, who were #2 aeroplane company, formed at Lark Hill, Stonehenge Aerodrome to be more precise. Their roots go back to about 1911. Farnborough is ancient. You've got Montrose in Scotland, which I think was the first Royal Flying Corps. Longest serving, probably Norfolk in its its continuity. But the ones operating today, it's very tricky because, you know, at the end of the day, if you want to go which is the oldest military airfield, then you probably need to go to Farnborough. That wouldn't be far out. I can't remember where. Do you know what? I can't remember Cardington, because of course we had balloons first. We had like balloon companies, you know, the air battalions, Royal Engineers, that kind of thing. So Lark Hill definitely is up there, and Stonehenge Aerodrome, the likes of Leeming as well. Leeming had a just trying to think, Leeming had like an enthusiast airfield, which then turned into Leeming in the end. But a lot of the airfields that we cover are the ones that we cover are August 1916 or thereabouts in 1916, which includes Marham, Waddington. There are airfields that we cover, but to go back to Norfolk, I would go even further and say, you know, it wouldn't be incorrect to say Farnborough was probably the longest serving, which is still operational, okay, in the likes of civilian. But Farnborough had a balloon factory then. It was an army balloon factory, so I would say that is probably the oldest. I'm going to go with Farnborough if you wanted to put it in the likes of the earliest ever. Okay, there were of course Royal Flying Corps, you got Air Battalion, you got the Army, which 1911 and 12. So they will most likely, because of course Army was before Air Force. But yeah, if you want to put it like that, I can't remember Cardington. I don't know about Cardington. I think Montrose was the first RFC 1913 establishment, but as far as the rest of them are, Lark Hill will probably predate Montrose by maybe a year or two, and then further along would probably be Farnborough. Actually, I'm going to check out Cardington. Hang on a minute. Cardington. I'm still going to go with I can't remember Cardington when it was built. Maybe later. Okay, maybe later.
sounds something. Oh wow. Oh yeah. Sorry, say again.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we've got a few more startups. We'll finish up around sort of 1500 local, like we normally do. That's the departures. There's quite a few foons with the canopies up and a few spooling. EJ200 engines, so all is good. Right. Squadron as well, getting prepped and ready. 2 41 Squadron Typhoons as well to go. And there's still more Typhoons that you can hear spooling in their background. So if you just joined us, welcome to the show. Don't forget to hit the like button and of course to subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. It's bringing you live military aviation around the country.
But I mean, there's the town that's on the corner, and then the co-op is on the other side, pub side. So on this high street, there's a smallish shoe shop, and as you go down the left-hand side, it's down Squadron Typhoons taxi holding point. Got a few more Foons that are spooling and running. There's about 1, 2, 3, 4 canopies up at the minute. Okay, here we go.
PTOs.
trying to stop
Performance takeoffs coming up. Here we go.
and that
There's a nice gap in the skies.
days where they said they put them into gas, it was to de-ice them because they were put in the ice. It was nothing to do with poisoning them. This is just
Right, here we go. Performance takeoff. So 8 seconds from brakes release, the Typhoon can pull into a vertical, a 50 degree, 60 degree into a vertical climb, but that's the thing, it can climb vertically. And we're about to experience the power. Here we go. And 22 seconds after that, it can go supersonic if it's cleared to do that, but not today. Flight 2 performance takeoffs. Here we go. 41 squadrons, seek and destroy. They'll be reaching speeds of about 185 miles per hour when they pull up. It'll just accelerate vertically. Geez, pulled, well, you'd be surprised, no more than 2. That's just on the turnout, as the fact that it's done a lot differently to the quick climbs at Lake Anif.
when you go into the shop, the way it works, they can make you only stay in 1 hour, so you'd only be allowed to go in, you'd be able to travel, let's say in a certain days. That's where it's going. Certain zones you've got to go round. And then they'll stop.
Here we go. Just so you could enjoy the climb. So that's gone to the moon, probably about now. So that was 2 performance takeoffs from Coningsby, and deliberately zoomed out because you will lose the climb rate if you zoom in. So it's nice to have 2 because I can do one zoomed in and one wide, so you can appreciate the climb. And that's the beauty about the Typhoon, the fact that it's £24,000 empty. Yes, you can't fly without any fuel in it, but just to give you an idea, when it's £40,400 of thrust combined with those 2 EJ200 engines, even with its 8 fuel tanks, 11,000 fully fueled, for example, it's still way below the max thrust per pound, so it's able to do that, and it will climb to whichever however flight level that it's been cleared to do so. After that, once it's done its initial climb, it will then get clearance to carry on its climb through the next stage. So we'll just catch a couple more departures before we finish up for the day. It's been an excellent day today, and we've had quite a few performance takeoffs today. Those two, well, they're in a class of their own, weren't they? Ted Coningsby, who's not shy of a flight, especially in a Typhoon. He's flown quite a few times in a Typhoon. Typhoon 349, a guards march to you. Thank you so much for your super chat. Excellent day today. Thank you, Ted and Nikos. Safe drive home. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're just going to catch a couple more departures before we finish up for the day. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat. Big Al 2020, member for 19 months. Oi Oi Ted, Nikos, Spanner Flight and the whole TCS crew. Thank you very much for your 19 months membership. Jay Borton, ice cream for Nikos and some salmon for Ted. Thank you very much for your super chat. Also, Jay Borton, another guards march for your 10-month service with the Ted Coningsby channel membership. Oi Oi, thank you, Nikos, Ted and crew. Jake Jackson, thank you very much for your 39 months. Oops, just missed the guards marches. Guards march to you, Jake Jackson. Thank you very much for your 39-month service. Thank you very much. Here it goes. Taxi Worlds, here we go. So our last two for the day. It's been a very, very action-packed day for us here at TED HQ. Make that 3. There's another one. And 2. Make that 4. Might as well catch them all then. Typhoons taxiing out, maybe 6. So, great way to end the show with all the departures now by the look of it. Yeah, Carlos, how you doing, man? I'll still call you Carlos, right? Carlos E, then the Mexicans and the South Americans. Hope your mum got to have some Prosecco. That was funny. That was really fun to see you guys. It was hilarious. I did, yes, it was the key to Claire's car. Well, I lost it. I literally lost it in both senses. It was hilarious. And we couldn't stop laughing, and your dog was looking at me in the most funniest way while all this was going on. It looked like he was being entertained by the fact that I'd lost Claire's car keys. It was hilarious. Oh dear, that was funny, man. Nice to see you yesterday, Carlos and crew, known as Carlos. Yeah, some very interesting data on that, on those two PTOs. Oh, here we go. Typhoon that's going in to have a bit of paint work done to it. Look at this. Getting the primer on. Look at that. It's going to have a new paint job on that, new lick of paint. Good fun as always, and we'll be back for another show tomorrow somewhere. So don't forget to hit that notification bell button. If you haven't done so already, hit the like. Please subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. But hit the notification bell button, set it to all so you don't miss out on the latest and greatest. Here we go, our last departure coming up. Right, ladies, gents, teddy bears, it's been a pleasure as always on the Ted Coningsby channel. You know it is. Thank you very much for tuning in. Don't forget, we'll be back for another show somewhere tomorrow, so keep that notification bell button on and you won't miss out on the latest and greatest videos. Ted and I will decide later on where we're going to go, and we'll we'll post something up for a schedule for tomorrow. I hope you've all enjoyed it. RAF Coningsby, thank you very much for looking after our skies, and of course thank you to all our members and our viewers today. Thank you so much, members, for supporting the channel like you do. If you're interested in channel membership, lots of perks, and you're supporting the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Coningsby. So, for the last time for today, and the month actually, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya. Hit the button, Ted, let's go. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted.
Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.